Hey everybody, welcome to the stream. Thank you guys for joining me today. Sorry we're running a little bit behind schedule. I appreciate you guys hanging out. And now we are ready to begin. Harley, Tanita, Carrie, Dragonsbane, Chaos, Wayne, Dante, Karen, Belchap, Marie, welcome to the stream, everybody. All right. Inventory looks good. And I think we have all the quests that we're currently working on. So let's start off by checking on the pirate situation. We still don't have Banishing Powder. We looked around yesterday. There's a guy here somewhere. He's hiding in an alley somewhere in Booty Bay. And we were not able to find him. So, you know, someday we'll visit Stormwind. Probably level 42 when we have to train the next round of skills. That will find us back in a major city, and we'll just worry about it then. I would love to get that Zandalar buff. Oh, I would really love to get that Zandalar buff. This is going to seem really silly, but I really would like to get that world buff. Let's see if we can make it back in time to grab that buff. Alright, just let's go again. Come on, world buff. No. Did we miss it? There we go. Okay, now we can leave town. Geo, good evening to you, buddy. SH, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us. Well, here we are. It feels like nothing has changed since yesterday. Oh, there we go. It's a 5-man group just to get swashbucklers. That's how desperate times are. Times are so desperate, we have to have a 5-man group to get tags on swashbucklers. We still need snuff. You know, now we're going to be sharing all the loot for snuff, which is not going to make that quest go any faster. Karen, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Dragon's Bane, it was busy even at 3 a.m. server time when you were playing last night. It's nuts. I mean, ugh. CK, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us. They just asked me in group if this is the Robert Rambles. This is the Robert Rambles, yep. Unable to get swashbucklers just like everybody else. Is one of my goals saving up for flying? Oh god, no. No, we won't worry about flying until we're into TBC. Like, the amount of gold we get in TBC is going to be more... Oh, damn, we had that stolen right from under us. The amount of gold you get while questing and doing stuff in TBC is going to be a lot more than you would get in vanilla era. So we won't worry about flying until we're approaching that point. I think you have to get... Your first character has to be, what, level 68 before you unlock flying? You have to hit a certain level threshold your first time through, unless they make some huge changes. Which I hope they don't. I really don't want to see people flying around at level 60. And I don't remember flying in TBC being as hard to save up for as like original riding was for me back in vanilla. Like, I remember the original grinding I did in places like Badlands and Stranglethorn. I have distinct memories of how long I spent running around there trying to farm up trash to sell for my gold. Because my friend who got me into the game refused to help me with my first mount. He would not give me any gold for basically anything and insisted that I like do it all on my own, which was the right choice. It was the right thing for him to do. I don't hold a grudge 20 years later. But yeah, so I still remember that grind. I don't remember a flight mount grind. Which tells me that the flight mount must have been easier to obtain. Slowly but surely, this is gonna work. Oh, did we get all of our guys? Oh, all we need now is snuff. Oh, we're not gonna get snuff in a group. We got all the kill quests done. There's other places we can kill pirates for snuff. I don't really want to deal with a lot of the warlocks. Warlocks are a pain in the butt. David, good morning to you, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Shibi, wow, I appreciate that. Thanks for being here and hanging out with us live today. Let's go turn this one in and grab the follow-up. Although I think the follow-up might just be the Pirate Captain Kill quest, which we're not going to be doing for a while. But we'll turn this one in, and then I think we'll go after Akiris reads. And then we'll probably just make our circuit. Maybe we'll get some more pirates on the way. And we'll just kind of do our loop of a Stranglethorn. We're looking for Tethys still. We've came across him once. He was ninja'd from us by a druid. I'm ever so close to level 60. Oh no. Oh, no, I'm not. I think that's a misunderstanding that people have when they haven't played a lot of Classic era. We probably have more hours to go from 40 to 60 than we had from 1 to 40. We have at least the same amount of hours. It's going to be the same amount of hours to get from 41 to 60 as it was to get from 1 to 41. Just because the levels get so much longer and the quests get more spread out and there's less to do. I wish I could say like, oh yeah, we're 2/3 of the way done. Like, that would be great. If we were 2/3 of the way done, then I might meet my goal before pre-patch comes out, but we are not. And the other thing is the servers are so busy that it's literally just hard to find mobs to fight.
Peace, friend. Be careful. Farewell. Go in peace.
Yeah, that's the captain quest. We're not going to do that for a while. That one's a real pain in the butt. All right. Okay, I'll take another one. Why not just get a re-up while we're here? What's going to happen in the pre-patch? In pre-patch, the game moves into the TBC era, which means all of the systems, all of the classes, zones get their new quests. Places like Dustswallow Marsh get quests. We get the Blood Elves. We get the Draenei. Alliance can finally be Shaman. Horde can finally be Paladins. And all the system changes come in on the 13th. Those are changes to leveling, changes to systems, things like the summoning stones. Well, a lot of changes. There's a lot of like system changes. Even though we can't go through the Dark Portal in the pre-patch, a lot of the content gets added prior to the Dark Portal opening. And leveling will be smoother after the pre-patch happens. For people that are leveling during pre-patch, it's going to be a smoother journey than the vanilla experience. The questing, a lot of the elite quests are solo quests, so all those elite quests that you can't find groups for, you can solo those. The amount of XP necessary to gain levels has been reduced, especially in like the 50 to 60 range, which is so hard in Classic era. The 50 to 60 range is reduced in TBC, so it's easier to get through those last 10 levels. Apparently the Zandalar buff is dropping every minute and a half. I don't think I've ever seen it drop so frequently. And do I use a VPN to play on EU servers? No, you don't have to do anything tricky like that. When you go to the account section of your account and you go to start up a new account, it'll have you pick a region. And you can pick US or you can pick EU. So you make the EU account, and then in your Battle.net browser, you'll just select that from the drop-down in Battle.net. So you go to Classic and you'll have the drop-down for what account you want, and you just select your EU account. And then the game knows that you're connecting to the EU servers. That's it. Nothing tricky. Robert, good afternoon, buddy. Welcome to the stream. Hope you are doing well today. Alright, 12 out of 15 snuff. We're having better luck with spawn rates today, maybe because it's still relatively early in the day. It's 1 o'clock in the afternoon server time on a Saturday. You just got 46? So you are about 20 hours ahead of me. I'm jealous. You guys all hidden 46. Oh man, I might have to do some night streams. I want to see if I have the energy for that once my kid goes back to school, because I think I'm gonna have to get some extra playtime, and if I want to hit 58 by pre-patch, or even be close to 58 by pre-patch realistically, then I'm gonna have to get a few more hours in each day that I play. I could keep holding out hope for a joyous journey. You know, if we're gonna get a joyous journey, it's gonna be this week. What are the odds Blizz gives us 1 week of joyous journey before the pre-patch? I would say at this point the odds are like 20%. Not very good odds. But I can keep holding out hope for that, can't I? Yeah, don't burn myself out. Yeah, right, exactly. I think, like, as long as whatever I do in the pre-patch is chill. That's the problem. Like, as long as I'm not struggling to level this character through the pre-patch leading up to the Dark Portal, I'll be fine. That's why I would love to get this character to 58. And then for the pre-patch, we can tool around on a Draenei for a while. And then that way there's no pressure. That way I've already met my goal. I'm not struggling to reach level cap. I would like to just get this character at the 58 before pre-patch, and then there will be no way to burn out. But we'll see. Pre-patch should have started this week. It was always scheduled for the 13th. I never saw any other dates for it. Yeah, I never saw any other dates for the pre-patch besides January 13th. And then we still don't know when the Dark Portal opens, but if it's a 4-week pre-patch, then the Dark Portal will open on February 10th. But they haven't even confirmed February 10th. You know, we could have a 4-week pre-patch. We don't know. You heard the patch is 15% easier to level? 15% sounds right. I would say that the 15% is probably just looking numerically at the amount of experience you need, but that's not the only thing that's changed to make leveling easier. Other things that have changed to make leveling easier, like I mentioned, all of the elite quests become normal quests. So that's a bunch of quests that normally a lot of players don't do, that they can do solo now. Also, they add quests to zones, like Duskwallow Marsh, a level 40 zone. Like, level 40 is typically when you start running out of stuff to do. They added, like, a pile of questing to Duskwallow Marsh. So now it's a great place to kind of fill that gap between, like, level 38 and level 44, when you're trying to get to the level you need to do stuff in Tannerus and Feralis. And there are other zones. I think Blasted Lands got some stuff added to it. I think Swamp of Sorrows might have got some stuff added to it. So it's not just numerically that it's less XP to level up. And that's probably what the 15% is referencing. Also, all the classes get a little bit more powerful. So just like specs and classes that would struggle sometimes, they're going to struggle less. And so I think all of that adds into the time it takes to level up as well. Oh god, guys, I went out into the field with no food. I have no food. I have 5 bandages. I am not prepared at all today. Yeah, that's another thing. You get mounts at 30. That's a good one. Yep, you get your mount at 30, not 40. That's going to make things a lot faster. There's a lot of things that come together that just, it makes TBC a smoother experience. It's not even that it's like a lot easier or a lot faster, but it's just enough faster and just enough smoother that it feels better. I think the leveling in TBC is probably like peak classic leveling. Am I planning to play a Blood Elf? Eventually I'll probably do a recorded series with Blood Elves. But unfortunately, since I'm planning to raid and I'm planning to be Alliance, it kind of precludes me from spending a lot of time right off the bat on Blood Elves. We're gonna roll a Draenei. And that's gonna be what I get to do. I get to roll a Draenei, and I like Draenei, and I'm gonna have to be happy with that for a while. I still don't know if I'm going to do a Draenei Paladin or a Draenei Shaman. I'm very conflicted. I've been thinking about like an elemental healing shaman. You know what I could do? I could use poisons, and that could make my life a little bit easier. Oh, the Draenei get a boost to their jewel crafting. Oh, that's right. I did want to do jewel crafting. Whichever Draenei I played, I wanted to level jewel crafting. I forgot that they get a boost to that. Yeah, I'm definitely going to do jewel crafting. I think I'm going to do this Shami. I think I'm going to do elemental resto. That could be fun. You always forget the Draenei backstory. Okay, so like, okay, so let me see if I remember the Draenei backstory. The Draenei were one of the first races that Sargeras contacted and offered power to, and he kind of tricked them about the kind of power that was on offer. And so slowly, they were known as the Eridar then. They weren't the Draenei yet. They were a race called the Eridar. They had their own planet out in the Great Dark Beyond, and they were doing their own thing. Sargeras found them, and he was trying to build up like an army. He needed some like mortal agents, and so he corrupted the Eridar. Most of them got corrupted. Some of them, like Velen got wise, and he was like, wait, this doesn't seem right. Something's off about this Sargeras guy. I don't know if we can trust him. And so, you know, instead of getting enslaved by a corrupted titan, Velen took some of the people that believed like him. He put them on a spaceship, and they fled. They ran away. And eventually, in that running away, they landed in a couple of places. The first place that they landed was Draenor. They crashed first on Draenor a long time ago, which I know sounds weird because later they crash again on Azeroth. So at first they settled on Draenor. The orcs are obviously native to Draenor, so they got to know the orcs. That relationship didn't really work out that well. By following the Draenei in their escape, Sargeras also found the orcs and found Draenor, and then slowly started to work the same kind of influence on the orcish people that was worked on the Eridar originally. That led to some really big wars. The city of Shattrath was eventually destroyed by an orcish army, and then they had to flee again. And then this time in fleeing Draenor, they ended up on Azeroth. I think I got everything. I think I'm gonna die, but I think I got everything. Yeah, I think that's the overview of the Draenei history. Oh no, not like this! No! Jump off the bridge! Follow me down here. I'd like to see you do it. No! He followed me. He's a fish person after all. I lost my Zandalar buff. I'm so sad. So sad. I let myself get distracted. It's my own fault. Oh! I've been having a rough couple days playing this character. It has been a really hard time here in Stranglethorn. Thanks for the story. Oh damn, thanks for the story. Yeah, no, it's not your fault. You can't take the blame for me getting distracted. I thought I could rant about lore and play the game effectively at the same time, but no, I can't. Oh, my Zandalar buff. I think I just want to go back to Booty Bay and cry. And then maybe while I'm doing that, maybe another Zandalar buff will drop. I don't even know if I don't even know if I can fight these guys without the Zandalar buff right now. If I want to fight these guys without the Zandalar buff right now, I need to go back and get food anyway. So I'm like completely out of ways to heal. I don't even know where my body is. Oh, I'm way back there. Fun. Velen was bad at flying spaceships, hence the multiple crash landings. Yeah, basically. Like, how do you crash a spaceship twice on 2 different planets? I don't know. Maybe they didn't crash on the Draenor. Maybe they settled on Draenor because they were out of fuel or something. Like, maybe they didn't quite crash. Because remember, eventually, again, they lift off. And so maybe the first time they landed on Draenor instead of crashing on it. And then they crashed on Azeroth. Mr. Spacecoat, do you have a license to pilot that interdimensional spaceship? No, I didn't think so. Not in this section of the Great Dark Beyond, buddy. Not on my watch. Okay, well then, 27 minutes left on the Hearthstone. We're gonna have to try to stay out in the field for the next 27 minutes. We have no elixirs, we have no food, we have 4 bandages, we have no Zandalari buff. You know what, maybe we just gotta take it back to Booty Bay. Maybe we just gotta head back. I appreciate it. I'm just gonna head back to town. There's so much that I need. So many things that I need that I don't have, and I really would like to catch another Zandalar buff. Like 7 of them dropped this morning, but now I'm sure like an hour later none of them are gonna drop. I need a dungeon to grind for a couple hours, but there really aren't any dungeons for me right now. The only thing is Uldaman, and I don't want to do Uldaman until maybe level 42. I could hit stuff in there. I don't know. At level 40 or whatever I wasn't hitting anything. It was very sad and depressing. Maybe at level 42 I could hit stuff. There we go. Zandalar will drop in 50 seconds. Thank God. Hugo, welcome to the stream, buddy. Thanks for joining us today. Chaos, welcome to the stream. Hope you're doing well today.
Keep it real.
Do I play TBC? I mean, I'm gonna be playing TBC right here on this server on this character as soon as it comes out, starting with the pre-patch on January 13th. All right, there we go. So we got our Zandalar buff. Let's grab a pile of food. Yo. We need a level 35 food. Okay, there's 2 stacks of food should do. And yeah, that's really it. There's no there's an auction house here, but not the auction house that I need. I'm also more hyped this time for TBC than I was like the first 2 times around. For some reason the level of hype the 3rd time around is like much greater than in the past.
What can I help?
It might be because this is the first time leading up to an expansion that I've actually known what character I was going to main. That could be why I feel more excited, but I also kind of sense just more excitement in the player base this time around. Am I planning on checking out Monsters and Memories when it releases this year? I don't know what that is, Shrenko. I mean, I'm assuming it's a video game, but I'm not familiar. Monsters and Memories. Is that the Monster Hunter story RPG? Oh no, it's nothing like that. A new old school MMO like EverQuest. I have not heard of this thing. I've not even heard of it. Usually I hear about MMOs. But this one I have not heard of. That's a weird title. They should rethink that title. That's not very like well branded. Monsters and Memories. I hope that's just the working title. So that's not going to get them any clicks. I've never seen this before. This looks like really old school. This looks like EverQuest old school. If I hear good things about it, maybe. What I learned from Pantheon is that I can't play EverQuest likes. I don't enjoy EverQuest likes. And I think we just have to, that's like its own genre of game. It's not, I don't even know if I would just say, oh, it's a classic MMO, because this is a classic MMO, and classic WoW plays nothing like EverQuest. Yeah, after trying to get into EverQuest itself on a progression server, and then playing Pantheon Rise of the Fallen, what I've realized is that that style of MMO is not for me. Like, that's not what I'm looking for when I'm looking for a classic MMO. Unfortunately, I looked forward to Pantheon for like 5 years. Not as long as some people, but for a while. And then that game turned out to be just an EverQuest clone. And I thought it was kind of garbage. I don't think there are any upcoming MMOs that I'm even remotely looking forward to. I guess Ashes of Creation is on Steam now. Like, I still have no desire to play that. Pretty sure that, yeah, there's really nothing that I'm looking forward to in the MMO space, except for WoW Classic. Plus. All the pluses. And I'll be fine with that. What I am looking forward to is ESO. They're doing a big update sometime in 2026 where they're going to add overworld difficulty settings. And if I can play some ESO with combat that felt like it was threatening in any way, where like the button pressing that I was doing felt like it mattered, I would definitely play some more ESO. So I'm really looking forward to their 2026 update. They're doing a lot of stuff with classes and class builds, but for me the biggest thing is just adding a difficulty setting to solo overworld content. Because I love the world that they've created, and like from what I played, the stories are all amazing. I like a lot of the classes, but just like the button pressing in ESO, it doesn't matter. Like, none of it, you basically can't die while you're questing. So I'm looking forward to that, just to check it out. If I was paying attention to the quest, I would notice that we are done here. And we can move on. You got your first gold today? Like you saved up, like finally in your bag you saw 1 gold? That's adorable. That only happens once, so cherish it. If we can get 1 more snuff, we'll have already completed 300% more quests than we were able to complete yesterday. True story. CK, I do have them. Thank you so much for sending those. I left a lot of them in my in the mail because you sent a lot. But yeah, these are obviously overpowered. Increase your fishing by 100. Which I think at this point would basically let me fish anywhere in Azeroth. So that's awesome. I appreciate that. Zelch, welcome to the stream. TBC hype. Mm-hmm. I like that they only last for 5 minutes, because I'm more likely to spend 5 minutes fishing than I am to spend 10 minutes fishing. So the fact that they only last for 5 minutes is actually a benefit to me. A lot of times I pop a bobble on just so I can fish at like a tide pool or a wreckage site, and then I don't do a lot of fishing outside of that. But if it's 5 minutes and it's only 5 minutes, I'll probably try to use up more of that time, whereas 10 minutes is too long. Oh, we're done. We got our snuff. Now that we don't need pirates anymore, there are more pirates than we need, you know? We got like 3 swashbucklers in sight, now that we're done with that quest. That's the way the cookie crumbles. I really can't afford to die again because I really don't want to lose my world buff. Like, I need to crit this guy. Oh, I don't have weapon poison up. Oh, that's why I'm not going to win this fight. Oh, thank God he ran. Okay, oof. Okay, alright, let's eat. Let's get our weapon poisons back up. If I lose another world buff today, I'm going to be really sad. What did I need for heavy mage weave? Did I need 250 for heavy mage weave, and now we need to go back to Theramore and train it? So I think we're definitely ready for some heavy mage weave. There's 8 layers right now. Oh my god. Typically there are only like 3 or 4 layers normally during prime time. So 8 layers is a lot. 240 is good. Okay, so we've had that for a while. I think we're at about that point where I could use the next rank. We're gonna go somewhere else today besides Stranglethorn. I just don't know where it's going to be. We could maybe start doing some of the lower level stuff in Feralis and Tannerus. I do remember that I did not grab the Feralis flight point though. So we're gonna have to make the Feralis run from Gajikstan. At least we have a mount. We can make the Feralis run from Desolus. Oh, you're right. Because we can come down into the northern part of Feralis, can't we? Ooh, oh, that's a long run too. Oof, I think either way we're in for quite a long run. Whether I run from here, and then the alternative is that I run from here. And we run up through this way. That gets us over here. To be fair, we need to get down this, so maybe running from Desolus is faster because we're really trying to get over here. Yeah, I think that's the play. It's a long run, but I think that is the best way for us to do it on Alliance side. Thanks for the call out. Yeah, Feathermoon Stronghold is where we're going first. There's like a couple of level 41 and 42 quests over there, I think. Some Naga questing, there's a Yeti quest. There's a Find the Backpack in the Wild quest. Yeah, we're gonna go there after we wrap up the things we have going on here in Stranglethorn. See some different environs today, maybe get reinvigorated for this 40 to 60 grind that we're on. We're gonna actually try to find Tethys today. So we're gonna hang out in this area until we find him. We'll kill raptors and grind while we're here. But we are gonna try to kill Tethys. It'd be nice if Blizz let a mage portal there to Feathermoon. Well, I mean, you could portal to Theramore. I figured, you know, that would be good. I guess Blizz figured that'd be good too. Oh shoot, here he is. We just gotta hope that a horde doesn't tag him. All right, there we go. Let's pop all of our things. We gotta start seeing some bigger damage numbers here. We need bigger damage. Where's the damage? Oh, I don't think we're gonna do this. Oh, this guy is so beefy. Oh my god. Oh, I'm gonna lose my world buff. I'm not gonna lose my world buff. I'm gonna run away. If we're gonna die. Oh, yes, 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 yes. Here we go. Save my stupid ass. I didn't realize he was gonna have so much HP. That was crazy. I got so lucky this guy came by. Oh my god. Whew. I don't know if we'd have had it. Because I wasn't going to be able to fight till the end of that because I was too worried about losing my world buff. So I was not going to fight that out. Like, if it didn't look good, I was going to run away. Because I just, like, emotionally, I can't lose another world buff today. You guys don't understand. Maybe some of you understand. I lost, like, 3 world buffs yesterday. I've already lost 1 today. Like, I can't lose another world buff before I've barely used it. It would be very depressing. It would be like, I don't know what level of depressing it would be. Like, it would be like start an alt level of depressing. You know, I'd have to take some time and have a little bit of space, and I'd have to go like level an alt or something for a little while. That's how sad it would be if I lost another world buff. Just start up a level 1 warlock. Just to drown my sorrows. Oh god, no. Not a warlock. You're right, probably not a warlock. We'd probably go level 1 mage. You know, we had one warlock that I had a ton of fun on. It was a human warlock on not on the new hardcore realm, but on the old hardcore realm on the EU side. We got her to level 30 and we died in Nomergon. But I had a lot of fun on that warlock for some reason. I don't know what I was doing differently. But I remember that warlock being a lot of fun and being sad that I lost her. And then I actually went looking for her. I thought that she was on an anniversary hardcore realm and that maybe I'd be able to get her over to the anniversary realms, but she wasn't. She was on the old EU hardcore realm of Stitches. I think it was Stitches. I don't know. Star one on January 13. Yeah. On January 13, I hope we can do a Draenei Shaman. Try not to start any alts until then. Oh, that's right. We still need a fetish. We got all the tusks yesterday. We were 1 skull splitter fetish short. Let's head that way. Hunter, I know I wanna. I have a hunter. I have like a level 21 hunter that I brought off the hardcore realm. So like there is a hunter. You know, hunters are okay. They're okay, but they're not as engaging as a melee class, and they're not as flashy as a mage. So there's this aesthetic problem that I have, because like melee classes are just visually engaging because you're watching the animations. You're up close with the enemy, you can actually look at the enemy and see its animations too. And then like casters, you don't get to have that part of it, but casters sometimes have they have flashier spells and stuff, so you get a little bit of flash. With the hunter, you're not really getting anything. There's no flashy effects, and you're so far from the mob that you can't see the mob, and like, I don't know. I can never really get like immersed into it for some reason. That's why I need a melee hunter. I'd love to do my Sod melee hunter was like the coolest class I've ever played in Classic. And if I could do my Sod melee hunter, I would probably main hunter. We were a melee hunter with a 2-handed sword, and get this, no pet. We had no pet. We were like Aragorn in the first Lord of the Rings movie. We were like a ranger with a 2-handed sword, and that was so cool. And like the fantasy was there. The button pressing was very powerful. It felt so good to press those buttons. And that's all I really want. I just want my melee hunter from Sod back. And then I could main hunter. But that's the only way it's gonna happen. Did I do South Shore and Alterac? Yes. Yeah, we did. I think we did mainly everything we could. We have an elite quest that I might be able to solo eventually, but not quite yet. But we did all the solo stuff. You thought I was doing a Pally? Yeah, I thought I was doing a Pally too, but I think I'm gonna do a Shaman. I think I'm gonna save Pally for my freaking Blood Elf playthrough. You know, like, the Blood Elf Paladin is like the best race class combo, and I'll never get to raid with it, but I think maybe I'll just save Pally for that. And we'll do Draenei Shami. I wanna do some healing. So I wanna do like an elemental resto build. And then that way I don't have to like have like completely different sets of gear necessarily as I level up to do some dungeon healing. So yeah, so I think I'm gonna do Shami. You have a question. How can you get out from the boat in WoW? How do you get? Are you trying to ask me how to get out of the boat? Huh. Usually one would, you know, you'd simply walk off onto the docks. But maybe I don't understand the question. Have I called time on my warrior? Which one? Yeah, right now my plan for TBC is this is going to be my main. This is for sure going to be my main for raids. It's going to be the first character that we take through the Dark Portal. We're going to level this rogue up in Outland first, do the endgame content, and I'm also going to have a Shami alt. Because I want to do some healing, especially with being in a good guild, having the opportunity to heal guildies. I'd like to try my hand at some Shami healing. Yeah, warriors are great, but you know what I realize is that, like, there's not a big place for melee warriors and endgame stuff, especially when you pug and you solo as much as I do. I got really tired of every time I got into a group on my melee warrior, like, people would invite me to the group and I'd be marked as melee. And they would invite me to the group, and I would be in the group not even a minute, and then they'd be like, oh, can you tank? Can you just tank? And I'm like, I'm in the queue as DPS because I want a DPS. You know, I don't want to tank. If I wanted to tank, I'd queue myself up as tank, and I just got sick of it. I got sick of every single group I got into. They'd rather have me tank than have me DPS. So I thought, let's find a class that can't tank. And now here we are. And Rogue is my jam. I'm so happy that I found the Rogue and that I have been able to play it and had the opportunity to level this much. Because right now, it's like my favorite class in the game. We're looking for... Oh wait, what are we looking for? We're looking for like witch doctors? I think it's witch doctors. Yeah, this guy right here. Well, there we go. That was very lucky. Let's get the heck out of here and let's go turn in the quest up at the hunting lodge. Everybody gets a free respec with the pre-patch. Yeah, that makes sense. I think they made some pretty substantial changes to some of the talent trees. I feel like that's always good, just like a new pre-patch drops and you just reset everybody's talents. I feel like for Blizz that's a pretty common practice. And it makes sense. What does dual spec cost right now? Is it 50 gold? I don't think they'll reduce it from 50 gold. What will happen is once you get a character into Outland, like 50 gold is not going to be as hard to accumulate once you have characters that are questing and playing in Outland content. Yeah, that won't be as much. It won't feel like that's as much. I mean, right now it probably feels like a lot. It's like half your mount. It's steep for right now. But I don't think it'll continue to feel that way. I mean, they could lower it to 20 and that would be okay. I'm all about lowering the cost of stuff like that. I don't really think the mount costs need to be lowered too much, but I'm sure the mounts are cheaper too, right? You get the mount at level 30 now. And so what did they cut the mount cost to? So that's something to keep in mind. Like, even if dual spec stays 40 gold or whatever it is, if the mount is cheaper, then, you know, you save some of the cost of the mount. And if they're giving you the mount at level 30, I have to imagine they made it quite a bit cheaper, because there's no way you can really, like, farm up 100 gold at level 30 that well. $35 for the mountain riding. There you go. $540 for epic. Yeah, that's great. See, now you only have to pay 30 instead of paying 95 gold for your mount and your riding. Now you only got to pay 35. So you're saving a bunch of money there. If you add the 40 gold in for the dual spec, you're not even at the 95 that your mount used to cost you in classic. You're only at 75 gold at that point. So you're still saving. Even with buying the new priced mount, even with buying dual spec, you're still saving gold from the 100 that it would normally cost you just for the mount and training.
What can I do for you? See you soon.
Alright, so do we want to try to do King Bangladesh? Or maybe we can just hold off on that till later when we can perhaps solo it. I know he comes with 2 ads, and I don't think we're going to be able to solo an elite with 2 ads. So maybe we hold off on that till later. Let's go back to Booty Bay and let's turn in everything we have in Booty Bay. I think that will get us to level 42. And if it gets us to level 42, then I'd be interested in maybe heading out to Tannerus, doing a couple low-level quests there and doing some low-level stuff in Feralis. I think maybe we hit up Feralis first. Possibly. Alright.
How are you? Watch your back.
Could we do ZF at 42? I think ZF is 45, maybe 44?
Greetings. See you later. See you around. Be careful.
Well, there we go. That is 42, which means we're going to have some skills to train. What do we get at 42? Ambush we don't use, kick we use, slice and dice we use, vanish. Okay, we got to head back to Stormwind City because we got to get some reagents and we have to train. So let's do that. As far as our talent point is concerned, we're going to keep going into Malice with the goal of eventually going into Murder and improve Slice and Dice. We might be able to successfully hit mobs in Uldamon at level 42. Like if we wanted to do an Ulda at some point today, we could probably do that, and I could probably hit stuff now. You know, not everything would be red to me. Most things would be yellow, and some things would be orange. And so maybe we'll do Ulda today, if we feel like doing that. Kamamu, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Alright, what else do I need to do in Stormwind? I need agility pots. Yes, I need agility pots. Rogue training. I need vanishing powder. Poisons. We need poison stuff. We're running low on poisons. I wonder if I can replace any of my crappy greens. I have a lot of really old gear that maybe we can take a look at the auction house and do a little bit of shopping. The weapons are still great, but the gear is all really low level stuff. I wouldn't mind having... I need more HP, right? Like, I wouldn't mind having a lot more stamina. So we'll see if we can find anything. Flash powder for blind. What do I need? I need one thing for... I need vanish. I need flash powder for vanish. I think I need another reagent if I want to blind people, but I don't use blind. So, it doesn't really matter. But yeah, we'll get flash powder and poison stuff for sure. Let's check the auction house first. Do a little shopping. I only got 29 gold. Like, that's not a lot of gold to shop with, to be fair. Let's vendor some stuff. Not a lot of gold to shop with. New rings. Rings are expensive, man. I'll tell you, rings are some of the most expensive things on the auction house. That's why we always have bad rings. Well, we can look, but I doubt we're gonna find anything that we want. If we want to spend 30 gold on one item, then we'll get a ring. Let's see. Let's do level range 38 to 42. Yeah. Like, there are some rings. Stamina spirit, but they are expensive. Even just like the green ones are really expensive until you get into the ones that are useless. Yeah, the cheap ones are useless. Got some of the bear stuff, but even of the bears like 5 or 6. Oh, we need of the monkey. Oh, this is not bad. Okay, I'm gonna grab these. This is a steal. Yeah, that's a steal. We got lucky with that. I'm glad we checked. Same thing with the helmet. We really need like of the monkey stuff. Okay, like that's a pretty good upgrade. That's a pretty good upgrade. So maybe stuff in this level range is not as expensive as I thought it was. Because a lot of this stuff is actually pretty decent. I have a 10 agility, 10 stamina on my chest. I don't think we're going to find a better chest than that. Oh, no, I was wrong. We can definitely find a better chest than that. Yes. Item was not found. Okay, that's weird. There we go. I want to keep my speed increase boots. There we go. We made out really well. I'm glad I checked. I was much more pessimistic about the prices than I needed to be. That being said, I'm down to 11 gold, so I might have to send some gold over from another tune really fast, just so I can go train. Who has money? I do not have a lot of gold left. We are running a precariously low. It looks like I have a paladin that might have some money. And I have the hunter, so I'll log onto the hunter and I'll send over the 10 gold. Because yeah, we're broke. This was probably the last time we're going to go on a shopping excursion until after we step through the dark portal. Because I have no monies. There we go. That's it. That's the new us. We are looking good. All right. Yeah, now I have to go ahead and log out, and we have to send over some gold. 11 gold? That won't even buy a bag of chips these days. Exactly. Exactly my point. It's definitely not going to get me all my training and all my poison mats and all that stuff. See to Noon, thank you for being here and for hanging out with us on these streams. I appreciate that. What about doing some armor kits? Like leatherworking some armor kits? My leatherworking is in the garbage. We are going to level up our leatherworking after we hit level cap, because I have a bunch of stuff in the bank. Alright, let's go train and take care of poisons. I was kind of hoping we would catch a Dragon Slayer buff while we were here, to be honest. I don't know if that's greedy of me, but I thought, you know, if we're going to do all these errands, maybe we'll catch Dragon Slayer. But we have not yet. I keep forgetting that we have a mount.
Hey there. Have a good one.
Luckily that was not too expensive, but we're down to 14 gold again. The armor kits are good for face tanking. I could probably buy some good ones if I knew what they were called at my level. Let's see, what do I want here? I need leaded vials. Okay. Oh, I have materials. I just needed leaded vials. We were just out of vials. So we're doing instant poison 3s, deadly poison 2. What would I be looking for at this level? Am I looking for heavy armor kits? Flash powder. Yep, we need flash powder. Thank you. I'm gonna buy a bunch of them. We'll buy like 20 of them. And that way we won't run out anytime soon. He doesn't have it. He doesn't have it. And this is what I talked about yesterday. Oh yeah, he does have it. Is it this right here? Blinding powder. Oh, I'm looking for flash powder, right? Not blinding powder. Okay, it is here. So blinding powder is for the other ability that I don't use. And he doesn't sell that, we make it? I don't know, maybe it comes off a normal reagent vendor. Sell all this stuff. Alright, that looks good. So we should be good to go.
Be careful.
I want to go get some armor kits if we can afford them. And possibly some agility potions, although with 16 gold, I don't know if we're going to be able to afford all that. It depends on how much the armor patches cost. Primordial. You just missed a big shopping spree. We just, like 3 minutes ago, we just went on a shopping spree. We upgraded every single piece of gear we had besides our weapons. Yeah. My armor was looking bad, and so we took it. Oh yeah, you just missed it. See, we're looking completely different now. We're looking good. And we're feeling better because now we have more HP. Yeah, all my gear was like level 28 stuff for the most part. We are now broke, and we are now completely done spending the money. But we should be set for a little while. We should be good. I was on mute. Yeah, I caught that. I realize. Frosty Gaming, good afternoon to you. Alright, let's see what's up. Let's put these on. We're putting them on legs. Legs, boots, hands, chest. And so this should allow us to face tank things a little bit more effectively without feeling too squishy. Oh, my boots are too low, guys. My boots are too low for the rugged. Oh, that's a bummer. So I think my boots are level 32. My boots need a thick armor kit. Because I didn't realize it was an item level thing and not a character level thing. So we need one thick armor kit for the boots. I don't really want to drop the boots because they... You know what? Maybe the speed increase is not as important now that I have a mount. Maybe the speed increase is not as important to hold on to if I can find something good. "13 agility, 4 stam." It's not better. It's not really better. Increase your effective stealth level by 1. Oh, I mean, that seems good for me. "9 agility and 10 stamina." I think I'll just keep what I have. I think I'll just keep what I have, and we'll put the thick leather patch on it. Mr. Blaster, welcome to the stream. Ashley, good afternoon to you. Thanks for joining us. Oh, it's going to replace the minor speed. Okay, yeah, that's okay. I'm okay with that. So we have the mount now, so... Okay. I think we're good. So the question is, like, where do we go now? I guess we're going to Ironforge. We're going to Menethil. We're taking that to Dustwallow. I think that's the best way to do this. I'm going to capture this world buff. We're going to be doing a lot of traveling, I think, before we fight again. So I'm going to capture what's left of this world buff. That way we're not just wasting it. Yeah, we're going to do Heavy Mage Weave and Theramore. Yep, absolutely. Any plans for an Oldemon run yet? I don't know, because now I'm, well, not anytime really soon if I'm heading over to Kalimdor. And I think we're heading over to Kalimdor for a bit. So probably not anytime super soon. I'm kind of interested in just seeing some new locations, because we've spent a lot of time in Stranglethorn. So yeah. We might do one later, or we might do that tomorrow, because tomorrow I'll be level 43, and then the likelihood of me hitting the last boss will be even better. And I will maybe actually feel like I'm helping out the group, because the last time we did it, I wasn't helping out at all. Looking at the DPS numbers, like, me being there was more of a liability than anything, and I don't want to repeat that. So maybe we just wait till level 43, and that'd be smarter. She's looking good. That's classic era outfits. This was classic era. Not something you'll see necessarily in modern WoW. Oh, you know what? While we're here, how about we turn in this quest we've been holding on to, this Oldemon quest, which is, yeah, the Hidden Chamber. It'd be nice to have that out of the quest log. Oh wait, we have two of them to turn in here. What's the other one? Oh, the Platinum Disc. Oh, very nice. 5,200 XP for that one. Take your reward voucher to Danita Stone Mantle. Okay. Well, that was nice. That was a pretty decent chunk of XP to get us going into level 42. If we want to run down here to like the Great Hall area, I think we get some pretty good potions and a 14 slot bag that I don't need. But if it looks cool, we'll use it anyway. Oh, there we go. That is a cool looking bag. I'm gonna go ahead and put that right there. Or not. It did not like that. There we go. That worked. I suppose we can just put the other bag in our bank.
What's on your mind?
We can put that over top of this guy. There we go. That works out.
Good. What's on your
Am I opening a leather distribution center? No, I'm stockpiling it all until we get this character to level cap. And then we're going to work on our leather working. Our leather working kind of came to a standstill at 150 when I had to go out to Darnassus to train the next rank, and I never went. Because we're so rarely are we out in that area on Alliance side, that I just never went to Darnassus, and then I decided that I was just going to wait till I capped the character, save all the leather, and then do it all at once. since we already have a pretty decent like head start. Ooh, look at that. It's a very, very pretty time of day in Dunmorrow. Nice winter sunset vibe. What's worse for inventory space, leatherworking or tailoring? Probably leatherworking, because when you have leatherworking, you still need to hold on to your cloth, because you're probably also doing first aid. Whereas if you're doing tailoring, then you're just, you know, you're not really holding on to you're not necessarily holding on to leather. I feel like for inventory, leatherworking is the worst. You know, it could be even worse than that. Mining could be worse, because the mining things only stack up to 10. And then you have the rocks. You're also picking up rocks that you need. Yeah, I think the worst for inventory is probably mining. You're also picking up gems, yeah, because you're getting 3 different types of things from mining. You're getting the minerals, which only stack to 10. You're getting rocks that you have to hold on to level up your blacksmithing or whatever you're doing. Even if you're doing engineering, you still need them. And then you're getting the random gems. Tiger's eye and stuff like that. So that's like 3 different items you have to hold. I would say blacksmithing, leatherworking, herbalism, tailoring, in order of how disruptive it is to your inventory space. We should have bought a couple stacks of mage weave cloth, because we're about to train heavy mage weave over in Theramore. Engineering is so bad. Yep, you gotta have your spanner on you. You gotta have your blacksmithing hammer on you. That's right. Tactical warrior. Welcome, buddy. Yeah, engineering is the worst. Because you still have all that stuff from mining. You still have to hold on to the rocks and the minerals and the gems, but then you have to have your spanner on you and your blacksmithing hammer and your mining pick. It's 3 tools and there's nothing you can do about it. Yeah, and then the thing that I did that was even worse is, like, you want to have a hunter and you want that hunter to be an engineer because it makes sense and it's very useful, but then the hunter only gets 3 bag slots, and so now you're pairing the most inventory intensive profession with the most inventory gimped class, and it just makes for a really bad gameplay experience. It kind of really ruined the hunter for me, because the inventory management was so bad between only having 3 small bags but then also doing mining and engineering. It was awful. Yeah, it was awful. I don't have to imagine I did it, and it's terrible. It's absolutely terrible. Especially if you can't give yourself like big bags. You know, if you can send yourself 3 14 slot bags, then it's fine. You know, if you got 3 14 slot bags and then you got your quiver or ammo pouch for the other, then you have a lot of inventory space and it's still going to be painful, but it's going to be okay. But if you're working with like self-found bags, like levels like 6 slot bags, 8 slot bags, 10 slot bags, you're in trouble. It's going to be a bad time. It indicates that I have a quest to turn in here, but I surely don't have a quest to turn in here, so I'm not really sure what it's talking about. Unless the person is like beneath the docks. Maybe it's talking about this guy. Maybe this guy moves around.
What can I do for you? See you around.
Yeah, it had to be this guy. Well, that was a free 2700 from the follow-up to the Akiris Reed quest that we did back in Stranglethorn. Alright, let's go talk to the trauma surgeon.
Hello. See you later.
There we go. That's all there is to it.
How are you?
Alright, guys, I'm going to put us on this flight, but then I need to take a little break. I need coffee. I got to grab a snack. So I am going to do that and kind of replenish myself for some questing in Feralis. I will see you guys on the flip side. Okay, we're back. Think you guys are hanging out. I appreciate it. Now we have a little bit of a run ahead of us. We've done all the questing in Desolus that we're going to do. We skipped the centaur grind because we could not find living centaurs. They were completely farmed out. We did the demon stuff over here, and we skipped this stuff over on the west coast. So we did a little bit of questing here, but not too much, mainly because the centaur area was completely wiped out. You always skip Desolus, the environment's depressing. Yeah, in parts of it the environment is depressing, but there are some parts of it that are kind of nice. The area over here is interesting, it's like Night Elf ruins. The area over here is interesting. It's like there's a little bit of greenery on the coast, and then there's greenery out on the Naga Islands. There's this area that we're in here, which is much less of like a blasted wasteland and just kind of more of like an extension of the Barrens. But yeah, like the center area where you do a lot of your centaur grinding is kind of depressing. But what I think is cool are the areas like this, where you get into a part of the zone and it's almost just like a normal environment. So it's worth spending a little bit of time here, but I don't think anybody spends a ton of time. Oh, I went way too far. We don't want to go, as pretty as the area is, we don't want to go to the Horde camp. We gotta go back and make a turn. What level for Dire Maul East? I'm pretty sure you don't do Dire Maul until 60. In vanilla, at least. I don't know if I've ever done a vanilla Dire Maul. We did some Dire Maul in Sod. But I think it's level 60 stuff. Steven, thank you so much for the 10 gifted memberships. That is incredibly kind of you and a lot of support. Thanks for being here with us today. Welcome to the 10 new people. I appreciate you guys hanging out with us as we play some classic era. In what expansion did they lower Dire Maul into the 40s? That was probably Cataclysm. Cataclysm made a lot of changes to dungeons, as well as what level you did certain dungeons. This sounds like a Cataclysm change. Ooh, I wonder if I could fish here. Oh, you know, we could probably fish here if we had a boat. I wonder if I can fish here natively. Let's see if we can even cast. My skill is not high enough. Not a big surprise. I wonder what I could fish up here. Of course, you know, it's harder when you're on a boat. My fish still got away. Ooh, even with the plus 100. We really have to work on our fishing skill. Yeah, I guess my fishing skill is kind of in the toilet. It's only 178 natively. But even with the plus 103, I still lost that fish. Man, that's kind of crazy, actually. I never take this boat. You know what? That guy might have had the right idea. I think it's yeah. Look at that. It's faster. We should have jumped off the boat like back here. The boat goes all the way around the island before it docks. I feel like it is probably smarter just to jump off. It's really smarter just to do the swim and not take the boat at all. But we kind of arrived right when the boat got there, so yeah, it is definitely quicker to swim, just because, like I said, the boat has to go all the way around. Now, going from here to the shore, the boat is quicker if you catch the boat, if the boat happens to be there. But coming back, it's always going to be faster just to throw yourself off the dock and swim. Unless you really enjoy the boat ride. Alright, High Wilderness. Kill 8 Gorduni Warlocks, 8 Shaman, and 8 Brutes. We should be able to do that one. It's a level 44 quest, but I don't think the mobs are level 44. I feel like the mobs are a much lower level than that. Let's make sure that we grab the flight points. Exponent Poet, welcome to the stream. Thanks for joining us today. Hope you're doing well. Let's grab. Oh, Yeti Quest is level 46.
Good day to you. Safe travel.
Okay. Maybe we can check that out. I don't know if I want to set my Hearthstone here or not. Maybe we leave it in Booty Bay. A missing courier we can grab.
How may I help?
And explore the ruins. Let's go... what's this? Oh, the missing courier, we have to go talk to this guy.
Greetings. Goodbye.
That's pretty funny. Originally, all of the water was considered deep water, and you would fatigue before you swam across. It's good that they changed that, yeah. That would be really annoying. Parkow, good evening to you. Welcome to the stream. Alright, let's go after the 10 Naga scales. Let's get our poisons up. Do we want to use crippling? I don't think we need to use crippling. Let's use deadly and instant. I am gonna pop our world buff that we've been holding on to. And we're gonna try not to die. And we'll do an agility pot. This is where those armor patches are going to pay off. What's the add-on that displays your character like that below the stream? Do you just mean my character plate here? This right here? You can move these anywhere by default by unlocking it, and then you can drag it anywhere you want. Same thing with the target. This is not an add-on right here. If that's what you're talking about. If not, I'll need more information. At the beginning of the stream. This? That's an add-on called Narcissus. Narcissus. It should be less busy here than in Stranglethorn? Absolutely. Already it's been a night and day difference. Like if we want to find somewhere to grind, somewhere in Feralis would be nice. I love the aesthetic of Feralis. Basically anywhere with Night Elf ruins and I'll be happy, but if it's also very forested, that'll make me even happier. I mean, I like Stranglethorn too, but Night Elf ruins are greater than Troll ruins, in my opinion. But you can't see the forest through the trees? That can be a problem. I would recommend just kind of relaxing your eyes and letting your peripheral vision kick in. And then you might see the forest amongst the trees. Grabs a chainsaw. I'm sure the druids would appreciate that. Sounds like a very goblin thing of you to do. Yeah, Ashen Vale, great for aesthetic, crappy for questing. It's like one of the biggest double-edged sword zones. Like, Ashen Vale is so beautiful, and the music is some of the best music they've ever made. But at the same time, the terrain, like the hills and the mountains and the locations of the quest, make it pretty difficult to enjoy the questing. I think the Horde side has a better time than the Alliance side. Especially because they have 2 flight points in Ashen Vale. I think the Horde side is Ashen Vale questing is better. And it feels more cohesive and less of a pain in the butt. Oh, we must have some other players out here because I am not seeing as many Naga. We have a Gnome Warlock. Level 44. I'm really feeling the combination of the new gear, getting like a bunch more stamina. We have a lot more HP. We have the armor kits on now. I think I'm really feeling the increased invulnerability I'm having to their attacks. It feels pretty good. It was definitely the right time to upgrade all of our gear because all of our gear was getting really bad. This area right here would make an amazing grinding place. There's a lot of Naga typically, but they're not doing anything too troublesome. Like, nobody's been healing, nobody's been running very quickly. Seems like a pretty good area. Also, there's Murder Island. You know, we got Murder Island and Murder Cave down below. And there's always like a really high respawn rate there. Much to the despair of many hardcore players. The mob density inside that cave and the respawn rate are off the chain. So if we really want enemies to grind on, that would be the place to do it. We're gonna have a quest to go there eventually anyhow. Yeah, it's a Murder Island. In the memory of all the hardcore characters lost. It's basically just a giant gravesite. We have a level 44 Night Elf Druid. That brings the player count here up to 3 players. I wonder if the /who is still very populated. /who says there's 50 or more people here. Like, it's a big zone, and they're probably, a lot of them are in the high wilderness. But Slashu says there's 50 plus people here somewhere. We were both disarmed at the same time. I had disarmed him, he had disarmed me. We're just like slapping each other impotently. So yeah, like the casters we tear through because they're casters and they have no armor. And the melee guys we disarm, which negates basically all of their damage. This is our grind spot. I'm gonna kill these guys for a little while, I think. Maybe if we're lucky, they'll drop something interesting. We're getting into the level range where, you know, it wouldn't be out of the question for us to see a blue drop or even an epic drop just randomly out in the world. So yeah, I think I'm gonna grind here for a little bit. Can I cook the new level clams dropped by the Naga? I have a giant clam meat recipe. Giant clam meat is what we're looking for. Let's pop some of them open and see what they have. I don't know if they're going to have giant clam meat. They have zesty. I don't need zesty for skill ups. I think I have a recipe for it, but I don't think it's going to give us skill ups. Tangy. Maybe I don't have the recipe yet. Because yeah, I know I don't have anything for zesty. Maybe somebody here at the Feathermoon Stronghold sells some recipes. I'll try to hang on to the meat for a while. We're gonna need something to skill up. But, you know, worst comes to worst, what I do is I farm turtles. And that can usually get us to 225. And then we have to do the quest in Tannerus, turn in a bunch of stuff to unlock it to 300. There's a recipe back in Booty Bay. Undermine clam chowder. Oh, that sounds delicious. I'm sure it's packed full of nutrients. And everything that goblins crave. It's the Tannerus guy. Pre-Kata. Okay. We'll be heading there soonish. Ooh, it's a limited supply inventory. Oh, that's gonna be hard to get, especially with the population popping off like it is. Yeah, the disarm ability for the rogue, the riposte, is probably the most powerful solo leveling ability on any class. Because it pops up all the time, and a lot of times if you're fighting a melee guy, you disarm them early, you take basically no damage. That was one of the few fights when it missed him. Yeah, it's incredibly overpowered. I feel like if you were leveling a rogue, riposte is almost a must-have. You kind of just have to level combat so you can get riposte. Have I ever done inscription as a profession? If I did, it would have been like way back in original Wrath. Yeah, inscription wasn't added until Wrath of the Lich King, because inscription is what supported glyphs, and that's when we got the glyph system. I might have messed around with it way back in the day, but not in Classic. Inscription and glyphs would be a cool thing to have in Classic Plus, and I think when you have a glyph system, the glyphs themselves allow you to do a lot to like make changes to the class in a more fluid way than maybe making like a full class change. Instead, you introduce a new glyph, and the new glyph does something fundamental that can shift the gameplay of that spec. I think glyphs were a good system. Yeah, then you like the where you put the enchants onto the paper. The enchants on the paper is really awesome too. Being able to sell enchants on the auction house instead of having to meet people in shady dark alleys in Stormwind City, hoping they don't ninja your mats and log off without enchanting your item. Yep, that'd be cool. Yeah, well, the problem with a definitive list of changes and improvements is I think everybody's list is slightly different. And that's going to be their real challenge that they face for Classic Plus. They're just going to have to trust their own vision for it and do what they think is best for Classic Plus as developers, and just really, to some point, just kind of make their own game. Because people's list of what they want to see and don't want to see for Classic Plus is very different depending on each individual that you ask. Even to like what era it should begin in. Some people think that Classic Plus should begin after Wrath. You know, like, people have very different viewpoints. And, you know, since they're all opinions, none of it's wrong, but I think ultimately they just really have their work cut out for them. I don't know why you would think the Classic Plus project was dead. The Classic Plus project started with Season of Discovery. Season of Discovery was when the Classic Plus project really began at Blizz. The idea that we're going to do a Classic Plus, we're going to do Classic with changes, we're going to do Classic with new content. Season of Discovery was their testing bed for making a real Classic Plus product that they, you know, that they've likely been working on since. You know, Classic Plus is probably three to 5 years out, probably more like 3 years. I think you'll hear a Classic Plus announcement at BlizzCon this year. If there wasn't a Classic Plus trailer and announcement at BlizzCon this year, I'd be really surprised. So, in fact, far from being dead, it's currently gestating. It's gestating and growing and being developed as we speak, most likely. Yeah. Do I play on a PvP server as a streamer? No. I did for a little bit. But generally, as a streamer, one does not successfully play on a PvP server for obvious reasons. Yeah, you get stream sniped. So there's that. Alright, I'm seeing more and more players and less Naga. It's not a ratio that I appreciate. This rogue is going to be our main for TBC. A lot of times I end up on a warrior main. In the past I've been a holy pally, but for TBC we're going to be on this rogue. Alright, we need weapon poisons. We're down to 30 minutes on our Zandalari buff. NKR, welcome to the stream, buddy. Happy New Year to you as well. Thanks for joining us today. Yeah, everybody caught up to me. Everybody collectively was like, oh yeah, Feralis is a good place to go. And then like slowly everybody's leaving Stranglethorn and coming here. That could be happening. Some kind of collective consciousness. Or it could just be 9:30 server time on a Saturday night, and there might just be a lot of people on. Could be a combination of column A and column B. I'm getting stream sniped by everybody coming here and killing all my mobs. That would be a way you could grieve somebody like that, but you would need a large group of people. You would need a large dedicated group of haters. And then yes, like that's definitely something people could do. They could come just kill everything and prevent me from tagging stuff, I suppose. Thanks for putting the idea out there. I appreciate it. There's nothing to say that all of you guys aren't following me around, inadvertently coming to the places that I'm at and ruining my grind. I blame chat. This might be the weirdest angle I've ever done combat at. I can't tell if he has the high ground. I guess he does. Uh-oh. There we go. Strangest combat angle ever. Our once peaceful forest ruins, now overrun by players. How dare they? We were peacefully slaughtering Naga, and now there are no Naga. And to some extent, we're to blame. That's the sign, guys. Once you get kill stole, once somebody tag steals from you, like, that's the sign. That's how you know you're questing in an area or grinding in an area that's becoming overpopulated. When you're stealthing up and somebody just runs right in there. They're descending like a swarm of locusts. And maybe we should get the follow-up quest and we can go to Murder Island. And see how that goes. Oh, there's some out here in the woods. Ooh, what's that? A blue item, you say? I remember earlier somebody saying that this was a good level and a good place to maybe get a random blue or epic drop. Stamina, spirit, and 20 attack power. That 20 attack power sounds really, really nice. Does that not sound nice to you guys? Requires level 39? That's really close to the level that we're at. I feel like I'm going to equip that. I feel like that's for me, right? An attack power ring with stamina and spirit on it? Like that's for a rogue or like a melee. What do you guys think? I'm gonna equip that, right? Yeah, I did see some on the auction house. It probably does sell well. It probably sells for like anywhere from 15 to 30 gold. But I think I'm gonna use it because that's so much more interesting to me. To actually like to get a blue drop that seems like it's for you. It's like it's meant to be. 20 attack power is pretty big. And the stamina and the spirit are good too.
Vishnu Allah. Till next we meet.
We're getting some black pearls out of these. I don't know if that's something that we can sell on the auction house. Probably not. A lot of the materials for vanilla are not selling very highly right now with TBC on the horizon. So we'll probably end up vendoring them.
How may I help? Dear Lattes.
Alright, here we go. The quest for Lord Shomaru.
Farewell.
Yeah, we can go down to Murder Island. See what the respawn rate is like, see what the players are like down there. It's either going to be like just full of Naga or full of players. Because I don't know if it'll support both of those things. Well, I mean, so far, I don't see Naga. I see body. I see no players yet. So I think the cave is going to be quite a cluster. Let's hope for high respawns. Oh, these guys are level 45. I did not think about their level. I probably should have, seeing as how the quest is level 45. I think we'll be okay to maybe get the named guy, but maybe not a good grinding spot. I don't know if maybe 45 is too high for us to grind on. There's some 44s. While we have the world buff, it would probably be okay, but after we lose that, they might be a little too beefy for us. I kind of want to hang out right here and wait for the name guy to pop back up. If we're lucky, he'll pop up individually of the ads. If we're not lucky, they'll all pop up together. And then I'll probably kill him, and then I'll vanish once we've looted him. I'm thinking this person probably also needs... There we go. Yeah, we have the vanishing reagent, so if we have to, we can No! I go to point at it and I just click it. My brain, for some reason, like, I thought I'll hover over this, and my brain was like, oh no, you will click it. And then I just clicked it. It wasn't even like a conscious decision that I made. I was as surprised as everybody else. Yes, we have the reagent. We also now have a 5-minute cooldown, so wish us luck, okay? I hate my brain. It's just a misfire. Just a straight up misfire. Like the wrong neurons connected. And my finger went click. And my brain was like, what? That's not what I told you to do. I told you to hover over it. That's what happened. I mean, if it takes him longer to respawn, it might be off cooldown by the time he does. I was kind of expecting a very speedy respawn. All the bodies are gone, so maybe any minute now. There's some very, very sneaky business going on here. We ended up in an empty lair. There are no other players. There are no bodies. There are no mobs. There's just us and the terrain. What we know is that it can't stay like this for very long. We're gonna have to have respawn soon. Oh, there's a respawn. Okay, that's a good sign. They're gonna come back in. Okay, the time is nigh. There he is. Oh, level 47. Ouch. Ouch. This might hurt a bit. Okay, there we go. That's definitely the earliest I've ever done that quest. And now we get to fight our way out. You've made some plus 10 agility food if I want it. Ooh. Well, I didn't know there was plus 10 agility food that I could eat. I thought the only food I had access to was the stamina spirit food. Or like MP5. Oh yeah, I'd love some agility food. That'd be amazing. Agility food I would actually eat consistently. Whereas the stamina spirit I often just say, yeah. Drilled squid. Oh, delicious. My favorite. How did they know? Oh, grilled. I like my shrimp drilled before it's grilled, buddy. My squid. I guess grilled makes more sense than drilled. I thought maybe they'd have to drill some holes in it or something. A drilled squid. And then they cook it. Listen, you can see how many squids I've eaten. Octopus is actually pretty tasty. I mean, maybe. Yeah, I mean, I believe it. Maybe for some people it is. I just don't. I don't want to. No. To me, like, squids and octopuses they're too weird to eat. They're just too strange. I just don't want to eat something so frickin' weird. That's all. It's like eating an alien life form. Like, I don't want to eat something that's not quite of this earth. I'll pass. They live too deep. And I don't really trust the deeps. And so, like, they're just too weird for me to consider eating them. They're quite intelligent too, which also makes it feel wrong to eat them. That's the other thing. That's part of what I mean. It's like I don't even understand squid or octopuses. Like I don't understand them. Like for all I know, they're completely self-aware, like, you know, living their life in the deeps, doing their own thing. For all I know, they have, you know, I don't know anything about them, and it's so like I just don't feel comfortable eating something that is so strange that I literally know nothing about. I don't know if I'm okay with it. I don't know. I've thought about it too much, obviously. It's just, I don't think it's for me. Oh, this guy netted us. What a jerk. See, this makes these guys are not good grinding. Anybody that nets you, like, no. That's not a good grinding spot. On the other side of the lake is much better. These guys are seeing like right through my stealth. I don't like not being able to cheap shot them. It's kind of my preferred opener. Begins a level 40 quest. Okay. Take the distress beacon to Oglethorpe's homing robot in a cave. Okay, yeah. Let's go ahead and start. We might be able to get that one done. I feel like there might be like a big group of mobs that attacks though. Like, I don't know if I'll be able to solo them. Maybe if I have all my cooldowns, I can solo them. But we'd have to plan for that ahead of time. We are about to lose our world buff, sadly. Man, I wish you could capture more than one world buff. I wish you can like walk around with a stack of world buffs. Maybe you could even buy some off the auction house. Like people could bottle them up and then sell them on the AH. And then you could carry around like a bunch of different ones. Entire stacks of them. What I really need to do is simply to set my Hearthstone back in Stormwind, and then whenever I see the Onyxia warning, I could hearth the Stormwind and I can grab the Onyxia buff, which would be a little bit more useful than the Zandalar buff for us. Yeah, that was a fun little encounter. It would have been embarrassing to die to 3 casters. I thought about banishing, but, you know, that would have been the coward's way out. And then I remembered these amazing potions that we got from that one quest. When does Anniversary TBC release? The pre-patch comes out on January 13, and we don't know when the Dark Portal opens yet, but typically the pre-patch could be anywhere between 2 and 4 weeks. A lot of people think the Dark Portal will open on February 10, but you'll have access to Blood Elves and Draenei and all the system changes with the pre-patch on January 13. That'll be when we're technically in TBC era with all the system updates and whatnot. Yes, you'll be able to make a Blood Elf on January 13. Is TBC a better version than vanilla in my mind? Yes, but not because of the arena thing. Yeah, I'm not a PvPer. TBC is a better version than vanilla in my mind, because a lot of the system changes, a lot of the changes they made to specs to make more specs viable and make more classes viable in different roles. I think TBC is kind of the refined version of Classic Era, with all the added things and all the changed things and all the quality of life. I think it's kind of the perfect Classic Era. But I don't know enough about PvP to judge the PvP side at all. I'm hoping to do some PvP in TBC this time around, do some arenas, but I have not in the past. I mean, if you're excited for TBC, it's time. But ultimately, only you can pull the trigger on that. It's a great time to come back. There's a ton of hype for the game. Servers are really popping off, very busy. It's a great time to play Classic. Do I think the population will be even higher once TBC releases? Yeah, oh yeah. I think we'll see another big influx of players with the pre-patch, because right now servers are already really busy. And we're not even in pre-patch, but I think you'll see another big influx of people with pre-patch. And then you'll probably see a bunch of people returning when the Dark Portal opens on February 10th. So I think it's only gonna expand from here. I think the servers will be fine. I haven't experienced any bad releases in Classic. Like, people talk about personal experiences where like, oh, it's the servers are laggy or I can't stay connected. Since they've been releasing Classic in 2019, I haven't experienced a really bad launch night. There's always that possibility that, you know, for the first hour that the servers are online, that they're lagging, and that, you know, until people spread out, you might notice some input lag. And that kind of stuff is like par for the course. Like a couple hours of input lag on night one, like I just kind of go in expecting that, and so I'm never really disappointed. I've never experienced like a negative launch. Even the launch nights where I couldn't get a lot of stuff done because player population was so vast, it still wasn't a bad experience for me. Yeah, and keep in mind, everything is different with questing and just playing the game in general in TBC, because a lot of the classes have been changed. A lot of the classes have been changed. A lot of the specs have been tweaked. A lot of the numbers have been tweaked. So playing in TBC is just like, overall, it's a smoother experience than vanilla, regardless of what class you are or what spec you're playing. You know, they also added a bunch of quests throughout the old world that kind of help you in the tough level range between like 40 and 50. And then all of the elite quests that you used to have to find a group for in TBC, all of those are solo quests. So suddenly in every zone, if you're just soloing, you have access to like 5 or 6 more quests that typically, you know, you might skip because maybe you can't find a group, maybe you don't want to bother. You'll just be able to solo all that stuff now, like Stromgarde Keep, Pyrewood Village, places like that. Yeah, the chaos of night one is part of it's like one of the best experiences in gaming. Just logging on night one and seeing like everybody's on and so excited that like the servers are lagging and you can't get a lot done. But there's like so much excitement on a night one. How will it look with everyone trying to go through the dark portal and then onto the flight path? Oh, it's gonna look like a pile of people standing there. And then chat's gonna be scrolling and scrolling, and people are gonna be like, oh, the flight's not moving. Are the servers lagging out? Probably something like that, if I had to guess. For like the first little bit. Typically, that kind of thing alleviates itself. But yeah, it is part of the joy. It was the skybox in Hellfire Peninsula that was such a shock. You know, you come through the portal and then you see this massive sky. And you are acutely aware that you are on a different planet somewhere out in the Great Dark Beyond. Like, this is no longer anywhere on Azeroth. You are looking at moons, you are looking at spatial debris and stuff that's like, that's not my sky. And it puts that in your face right away, and it's such a part of the zone. That, yeah, you just immediately acknowledge, like, I am on a different planet. This is something wholly different than I've ever seen before. And that was really massive. That's why, like, you could almost argue, and when they were developing the expansions, because often they're working on multiple expansions at the same time, originally, you know, they had to decide, did they want to do Wrath of the Lich King first? Or did they want to do Burning Crusade first? It almost would have felt even more powerful had we done Lich King first, had we done, you know, gone to Northrend first, and then after Northrend's story, then we go to Outland. That could have felt even more massive, because then you've been on Azeroth for this whole time through 2 expansions, and then finally you're going to Draenei. So it could have played out that way. The best thing is that there are 0 pandas and flying lizards in TBC. I mean, for some people. I don't mind pandas. I wasn't a fan of my lizard person. CNET, good afternoon, man. I hope you've been having a good day. Yeah, we're just grinding. Gotta keep the grind going. This has been a really good spot, so... I've been much less stressed out today than I was yesterday trying to do stuff in Stranglethorn. Stranglethorn was not a pleasant way to end my afternoon. Legion was good. Unfortunately, Legion introduced the infinite grind. And the infinite grind kind of ruined World of Warcraft for me at the time. Because I didn't have enough time in my life to do the infinite AP grind. So that sucked. But like story-wise and setting-wise and like how the vibe was. And how the game, like the gameplay in the dungeons. Legion was the last expansion that I really rated. That I was able to like do much raiding at all. But then like the need to grind my AP weapon and the lack of time to do that just kind of ruined raiding for me. Time for a dungeon? Oh, there's nothing even close to me that I could do. The only thing I could possibly do would probably be Uldaman. That's like all the way on the other side of the world. Tomorrow we'll do Uldaman though. Because tomorrow for sure I'll hit 43. And then at 43 I'd feel comfortable because I'd be able to actually hit the last boss. Put up some actual damage. Oh, CNET, you have to know what my favorite expansions are by now. I talk about it all the time. My favorite expansions are TBC and Legion, but Legion only for like the story and the vibe. Because like I said, Legion is a double-edged sword because on the one hand, it was such a good piece of Warcraft. On the other hand, it took away rating from me. But I would still say TBC, Legion, and then after Legion, I would say Wrath. Like, Wrath and Legion are pretty close. But I really enjoyed Illidan's story in Legion, and the class order halls were obviously, like, some of the best content WoW has ever had. There you go, we learn new things every day. I seem to like Dragonflight. I can enjoy anything, even if ultimately I don't like it. You know, what I do when I play, especially when I do a recorded series, is I try to keep myself in a mind frame where I try to enjoy what I can. And what I do is I enjoy what I can until I can't. And I did the same thing with War Within. You know, I did the recorded series for it, and I just focused on enjoying what I could, all the way up until I couldn't. And then I stopped playing. The piece of content I really enjoyed in Dragonflight was the Emerald, like the Emerald area that they did. The Season 3 patch. That area was really well done, and I really enjoyed soloing there and doing all the quests and all the side quests and stuff. That was a piece of content that in Dragonflight I actually enjoyed. Probably because it harkened back to actual, like, Warcraft lore. And got me away from, like, Iridikron and all those asshats. Yeah, just like in War Within, there was content that I liked. There were Heritage Armor quest lines that were good. There's always like pieces of content that are good, you know. especially today in Modern WoW, because Modern WoW has so many different components to it that there's always small pieces of it that are good. But what I really want is just a whole game that's good. I want a whole game whose pieces come together as like enjoyable parts of an overall enjoyable experience. I don't like having to hunt out like the small pieces of content that are decent, you know what I mean? Like, one can do that. One can hunt out those individual experiences in a game that are decent, or one can simply go play a game that is like front to back good. That might be a different game. I don't really have any big plans to play Midnight right now. The main thing is this, honestly, like, I'm not looking forward to anything in Midnight. Okay, I'm interested in the difficulty setting, if they have like the prey system, how it seems like it's like difficulty setting for the overworld. And that's the only thing that actually like sparks my interest. I don't care about the current story arc. I don't care about Illyria. I don't care about Xalatath. I don't really, there's like so much that I don't care about that I don't know if I can justify spending $90 on it. Like, sure, like, I could do a recorded series and I could give it a shot, but that's gonna eat into like my time for other games. So I don't know. I haven't even, this is as close as I've got to an expansion launch without purchasing the expansion yet. I don't own the expansion right now. And you know, typically what I do with a new expansion is I at least do a recorded series for the main story campaign. Sometimes we finish it, sometimes we don't. Sometimes we come back for patch content, sometimes we don't. But so far I haven't been able to convince myself to pull the trigger to do that for Midnight yet. Because it's again, we're the same thing, we're like with retail WoW, like some small parts of the story I enjoyed. Like in War Within, I really enjoyed the Undermine area. I thought all of the quests in Undermine were good. I really enjoyed my time playing there. And I also enjoyed Koresh. I thought Koresh was pretty freaking awesome. I thought the questing in Koresh was pretty decent storytelling and some decent lore. And I thought the environs were amazing. So like there's these pieces of content that I have played in Modern WoW that I'm like, well, I like that. But then when I look at it all like holistically together, all of its pieces, I'm like, I don't like, it's like, I like the individual pieces, but then when they fit together, I don't like the overall shape of the object I'm looking at. Like, I don't know how else to explain it. It's like there are lots of these pieces that are good, but the way they put the pieces together is overall like bad. Like something about it is not good. How all of the content works together and what your day-to-day playing experience is actually like there's something about that I don't like. And I noticed that as soon as I finish the main story campaign in retail, I get into like the daily grind, like the treadmill systems, and I'm like, oh nope, and my brain like turns off. And then it starts to hate everything about the game. I'm like, okay, whatever. Like, oh, the game is a treadmill. I get it. That's what happens. Like as soon as I finish the story campaign, a switch goes off in my head that recognizes that I'm in a hamster wheel now. And the hamster wheel has never been fun enough to really make me not hate being in a hamster wheel. Yeah, I can't believe this current storyline is going to go all the way through another expansion. Like, I can't believe that this is a trilogy that they've built, because nothing about the story going on is interesting to me as a fan of Warcraft for 20 years. As someone who owns the Chronicle books and has read the Chronicle books through at least twice, I am not interested in any of the story that's happening in the War Within. It wasn't interesting, and like I haven't seen a lot about Midnight, but the clips and trailers leading up to it and some of the story bits we've been showing leading up to the expansion, I haven't liked them. So I don't know. Maybe I will end up trying the campaign and doing a recorded series, but there's a likely chance that I won't. It really depends. And like I said, they want 90 bucks for the game, and I'm just like, God, do I want to drop 90 bucks on this game? I don't know. But luckily I have some time. The game doesn't come out to what, like sometime in February the game comes out? March 2nd for people that don't have the pre-order? I don't know. I have some time. If you want to play when the game releases, you have to pay 90 bucks. They call it early access. But that's just when the servers go live. So you could either pay the 90 bucks and you can play when the game comes out, or you could pay 70 bucks, which is still a lot of money. For me, there's not a ton of difference between 70 bucks and 90 bucks. Both of those values are a huge amount of money for me. So you could pay 70 bucks and you could play a week later. Or you could pay 90 bucks and you can play when the game is actually out. So yeah, so you have to pay the 90 bucks, especially if, like me, like if I'm gonna make content with it, if I'm gonna record a leveling series, then I have to do that when the servers are actually live. I can't wait and do that a week later. You know, what's the point of that? So yeah, for me, I have to pay for the $90 version. Because the $70 version is A, still really expensive, and B, doesn't do anything for me. Yeah, and that's the other thing, like I'll probably completely skip housing. And housing was something they put a lot of development time and a lot of resources into housing for this expansion. So with how many resources they put into the housing system, and with me being someone that's not really interested in housing, like, where, you know what I mean? Like I'm losing value somewhere. Because they put a lot of work into this housing, and I don't care about the housing. I care about the game. I care about how it feels to move my character through the world and the kinds of adventures I find there, the encounters that I have. Like, I don't care about housing that much. Yeah, and to that point, it's risky. You announce something as a series of 3 games, and if I'm not blown away by the first game, which I can say, like, I don't know many people that were blown away by War Within. Even people that liked it, I don't think they were blown away with it. If you're not blown away by the first game, then you don't have any buy-in for the subsequent 2 games that you have been told are going to be a direct continuation of the game you already don't like. And I think maybe with Midnight, that's probably part of the problem, is because we've been told and we know that it's going to be a direct continuation of things that, you know, started happening back in Dragonflight and then continued through War Within. And I didn't like the story arcs in War Within. I didn't resonate with the characters in War Within. And so I guess why, like, more than ever, I'm just hesitant, because it's like, it's the same game part 2. I didn't like part 1. If I start watching a movie trilogy and I don't really like part 1, I'm probably not going to stick around for part 2 and part 3. Same thing with the game. And so they kind of shot themselves in the foot with that one for people like me. Whereas normally I would always purchase a new expansion and always be excited about a new expansion, even if it wasn't going to be great, even if I didn't understand what they were doing with the game direction. Like, I would always be excited for a new retail expansion because it was new WoW. But now it's not new WoW. It's new War Within. It's new Dragonflight. It's already been predetermined what it is. It's the World Soul Saga. So it's just more World Soul Saga stuff. And so as a person who doesn't really care, like, it's harder to pull the trigger on purchasing the X-Pack. She's probably gonna pull ads back there. I'm gonna bandage. No, she didn't pull any ads. She like went right around the ads she could have pulled. That was nice of her. It can be a feature requested by a majority for years. That doesn't mean I care about it or want it. And I don't. I never wanted housing, and I don't care about housing. And you can't make me. And neither can the majority of people. Yeah, I just don't like it personally. It brings no value to the game for me. It's just another distraction, another thing that people can collect. And for me, that doesn't bring any immersive RPG elements to the game that I want to be an MMORPG. It doesn't do anything for me. I'm not going to spend time in my house. I want to spend time playing the game. I want to be incentivized to go out and explore Azeroth. I want to be incentivized to go out and do content in the world with other players. I don't want to be incentivized to stand in a house I've created or stand in the neighborhood that I've created. Like, there are other games for that are better, and that's not what I want in my MMORPG experience, and I don't think the majority want it. I think a very vocal, large group of people have always wanted housing, but I don't know if I could just simply use the word majority. I think we're a little bit in excess of reality there. Dragon's Bane, thank you so much for the $10 super chat. Very kind of you. I appreciate that. That'll be the end of my rant for today. That's a good... I'm gonna leave it there. Afternoon rant accomplished. Poisons, thank you. It gives you an incentive to go out in the world if you care about collecting things for housing. Yes. If you care about collecting things for your house, then it does incentivize that person to maybe go out and do content. I don't care about housing, as previously stated, and therefore, it doesn't incentivize me to do anything. And it just seems really silly to be playing World of Warcraft, and I want to go out and collect some curtains for my house. Like, I gotta get a new end table for my imaginary coffee mug. And that's what I'm doing in the World of Warcraft? I think the developers started to misunderstand, like, the craft part. They were like, oh, it's like World of War and arts and crafts. No, it's World of Warcraft. It's like war as an art. Think about it like that. I think they just got a little bit confused with, like, the vernacular. And maybe that's why we're going out collecting curtains now. Am I curious about some of the revamped Silvermoon City and Eversong Woods? Okay, I'd love to be. I'd love to be. Let me ask you this: why should I be? The last time I experienced Blizzard revamping zones that I loved, they turned them all into garbage. We called that the Cataclysm. For some of us, it was the end of World of Warcraft. So I would love to say that I'm excited to see the new Silvermoon and the new Eversong Woods. Do I think it's going to be better than the original Eversong Woods? No, I really don't. They haven't done anything with revamps to make me believe that they can take an old zone that I love and improve it. So more than anything, I guess you could say I'm kind of worried. I'm worried about what Eversong Woods is like more than anything else. Because, you know, and the only reason I say that is because what example do I have? Well, unfortunately, the last example I have is what they did to the zones in Cataclysm. And none of the revamps I liked more than the original zones. It's like, if it isn't broke, don't fix it type of deal. They could have made a different zone and made a new zone, or like an attached zone or a nearby zone, but they didn't necessarily have to revamp an existing zone. The existing zone was probably the best zone they've ever made. In my opinion, Eversong Woods is peak. So I'm more cautiously worried than anything else. You know, and then there's also the worry, like sometimes I just worry that when a game tries to do too many different things in too many different genres, then something suffers. You know, there's the worry that you add all these new systems and all these new ways to play, and now you have a house, and it just makes me worry that, like, there's only so many developers that work on the game. How much can you cram into the game and have all facets of it be good and work well together? Or does it just become, like, does the game become this series of splintered activities? Everybody's splintered off into their own activities, and to me that doesn't really make it an MMO anymore. We should be out farming Naga, instead we'll be hiding in our house, alone. Do I think they are going to do more with Guild Wars Reforged, like the developers of Guild Wars Reforged? I don't know. I have no idea. I've only dabbled a little bit in Guild Wars, so I'm not familiar with their development team, their development plans, or anything like that, unfortunately. Our inventory's full. That hasn't happened in a while. Let's get back to town. That tells me we've been grinding for a little bit of time, if I manage to get a completely full inventory with all these 14 slot bags. Oh, oh, I see. I see what the problem is. We have a giant clam-sized problem.
I am listening.
I'm trying to hold on to this meat so we can cook it, but I don't know how much more meat I can hang on to. It's becoming an excessive amount of meats.
I am listening. Goodbye, dear Leatrix.
Ishnu Dalbiet. Go in peace.
Out of curiosity, I wonder where this flight point will connect us to if we don't have the flight point on the eastern side of the zone. I should probably double check that, because we might need to make a run out and grab this other flight point. depending on where this will or will not get us access to. Well, I mean, it gets us to Gadgekstan. That's an 11-minute flight. Theramore is a 9-minute flight. I don't know if they would take a shortcut or not, or if it would always go around like this. Maybe if we had that other flight point, it would go from there to there and then to Gadgekstan instead of being 11 minutes. That's just kind of a long... It can get us all the way back up to Root there in Village. That's good. I don't think we need to grab it right now. Doesn't really seem like it has to be a priority. As long as we can get here from Dustwallow Marsh, which we can in a roundabout way, then it's fine.
Good luck, friend.
TBC prep? TBC prep. Mm-hmm. In preparation of, or preparing for, the Burning Crusade. A Burning Crusade expansion comes to the Anniversary Realms, starting with the pre-patch on January 13th, with the Dark Portal probably opening sometime around February 10. CK, take care. We'll see you next time. Is it worth playing the tunes that you already have on Classic or start fresh? It depends on where they're at and what you want to do. Because right now for Classic, there's 3 different versions of Classic, so depending on when you started your character will determine where they ended up. If you started on Classic on a regular server back in 2019 to 2020, those characters are now sitting in Mist of Pandaria Classic. If you played on a Classic Era realm that was locked, then those characters are still there. That's still a Classic Era realm. It would have been locked at level 60 content. And then there are the Anniversary realms, which came out sometime in 2024, if I remember correctly, and that's what we're playing on right now. And the Anniversary Classic realms that came out in 2024, those are going to roll into the Burning Crusade, beginning on January 13, and then the Dark Portal opening sometime after that. So it's kind of a confusing time for Classic because you have Progression Classic that began in 2019. Those servers are mostly Mist of Pandaria now. You have Classic Era servers that got locked in Classic Era that are never going to move on and never have moved on. And then you have Classic Era Anniversary realms that started in 2024 that are going to go into TBC very soon. Yeah, like my character, Athos, one of my favorite characters from back in the day, stuck on a mop server, never to be played again. Ren Rambles, also now on a mop server. Looking back, I would have grabbed the character copies. You know, they offered character copies. You could pay for a character copy, and that let you lock them on a Classic Era realm and let them move forward into TBC back at the time. And looking back, I would have loved to at least have Athos locked to a Classic Era. It would have been cool. But then again, really, like, I wouldn't really have wanted those characters locked in Classic Era, that's the truth. I would have wanted those characters locked in TBC. If those characters had been locked to TBC, then I certainly would have gone back and finished up their journeys. But I guess I wouldn't have really wanted them locked in Classic Era. Because I don't play endgame in Classic Era. I only really start to care about endgame in the Burning Crusade. Because I feel like it's structured better. But yeah, I mean, having a copy on the Classic Era realm would have been good, even if I might not have played it much. But really, I just want permanent TBC. Of course they disarm me as soon as I pop Blade Flurry. What a pack of jerks. Very tactically sound though. We found a formidable Cape of the Monkey, 7 agility, 8 stamina. Oh wow, that's better than what we have. I'll take the stamina and the increased agility over the 3 spirit, absolutely. Well, that's very nice. First we found a ring upgrade, now we found a cloak. A level 41 cloak as well. I would say the grinding is definitely paying off both in experience and in items found.
the stars guide you.
Alright everyone, unfortunately I am out of time for today, so I'm going to park us right here at the inn. Tomorrow we're going to hit level 43, and then I think we're going to do some Uldaman. Should be able to do at least one good Uldaman run at level 43, maybe get a couple more of the quests done. And then we may come back out here. We may also do some stuff in Tannerus. We'll have some lower level stuff over in Tannerus to do. So yeah, that is tomorrow. Thank you all very much for hanging out today. I really appreciate all the support. As always, take care of yourselves out there and take care of each other. And we'll see you back here again very soon. Bye for now.